I need to use the washroom again.
Huh?
I have to use the washroom again. Once a poop, always have to poop.
Yeah, I know. But Oh boy.
Are you riding on something?
Yeah.
On what?
Mine cart.
A what? A mine cart?
Yeah. Okay.
It's not gonna work going all the way down there, is it? Because I don't have, or you can power it yourself.
No problem.
Maybe just let you go on a mine cart. You just want to see how far it goes, eh?
Yeah.
It only goes to a certain distance, and then it will stop. Did you already go past that one town underground yet?
Yeah.
Oh, and it keeps moving?
Yeah. Not yeah.
I'm still working on it.
Yeah.
I haven't got to his town yet. You will love that, but I really don't care.
But no way.
Where it ends, you'll find out. But we you decide to do that? Just for fun? Was it? Oh, quite far. I'm like halfway to his village. More than halfway to his village. I still need to finish. I didn't bother putting any more, because that was all rock anyways. I figured.
Red light. Where you put a red umbrella.
The brick, yeah. Some of it is bricked. I take the bricking down. I put bricking up there for a reason. For protection.
Moving it.
But it's plugged in. As soon as I unplug it, it's going to go on.
I thought you keep going.
You want a what?
Why do you keep going?
A live YouTube channel?
Yeah. I think I look at graduates, you're okay, good. Okay, no.
Yeah.
I can't wait up there. Half put a power track on it.
I could put power tracks on it?
If we able to.
Do you need that?
Well, I know, different. You know?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh,
That's the, you're coming into that's the underground village. Well, underground railway. It has elevators to go up and everything. We're almost there now. It's down there more. That's just a pass through to the other track. In case you have thing you need to do. There you go. Doesn't go much further than.
A dead end?
No, there's not a dead end, there's more. But there's a switch track there too. Hopefully it'll switch you that way, not that way.
Mm-hmm. That's the problem right there.
I'm going back the other way now. Hey. Oh, you switch yourself over? Because you go back the same way you came.
Did not really I have come to put over or put.
Gotta put a switch motor in, yeah. I just haven't done that yet. I haven't had a chance to do that yet.
Yeah.
Didn't have to do that. So you're going back. The same way you came. There's more the other way.
We were looking for what.
Yeah, it's a loop, yay! That's fun. Let me get on. Just stop there for a minute, we'll try to get you working that way. Let me get on. See, I unplugged it, right? Clearly the battery does not work.
No. Dead.
I wonder what they'll do about it. That really sucks, Andrew. I'm very upset by that.
Yeah.
Because you spent a lot of money on that battery.
Yeah,
And
$100.
it should last at least a year.
I thought you're putting over.
Put a switch motor in, won't wait till I get there.
No. What is that? Routing.
Routing?
What is that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Routing cable?
Yeah.
I guess it depends on which way you want to route the train. See, when train is coming in and there's a train already in there, right? The other train has to go into the other.
Yeah. That's a call them. No, you know, on February, but we don't know. That'll work out. Okay.
Oh, right now, where am I?
That's mine.
I'm all the way down here. I forget which town you're in.
Okay.
Oh, you're in town of Bendova. Teleported to Bendova. Town of Bendova.
No me?
Yeah. This is a town. This is the one. See, this is the one where my thing is. See over there.
Oh.
This is the upstairs part of it. See?
Yeah.
Trigo.
Hey.
Whee!
That's a bit far away.
Oh, there you go.
I got I left.
Whee! How did you get that? How do I get in?
Right quick.
Oh. Whee! Oh shoot, look at we're Are you gonna put some track in? You put a hole in it. Oh, obsidian in, yeah.
That coming up.
How do I get out?
Yeah.
How do I get out?
Hey, yeah.
I have obsidian.
Me. Yeah. Ah. I got it up. Oh.
I was just putting it on there a little bit so I can. You're standing on that one.
I know. Good clap.
I was just getting back to that.
Oh. Ah.
Ah, I fell in the hole.
above it.
Doesn't go too much further. I haven't really finished.
And but yeah. Oh.
Ah! I'm still working here, hold on.
I keep very hot. You know?
As you say, I didn't finish the roof here yet. I still have to finish this roof here.
Really?
I haven't finished this roof. I still gotta finish this whole area by putting in thing,
Yeah.
doing what I did over here. I was working on it last night, but then I went and did some video.
Yeah.
That's as far as it goes so far. That's the end of the line.
Okay.
I think I'm making some. Should put something there to.
For now, put a ball. That way, when we hit bit, it will home. Oh. Mine over there.
Yeah. You gotta come over stuff. Would you like your pill now?
Often, perhaps.
Or do you want to wait till 1 o'clock?
Okay. I hear putting on the
Oh, you pushed me, did you? What happened to me?
You think they're gonna come out? Alright, that one.
What do I do? Push?
Let go.
Let go? Oh, you're doing it?
Very lot do it. Alright, get my pill.
You want your pill now? You sure?
It's not right there.
Yeah, well, I'll get there eventually.
Because, look, it's got.
Yeah, I won't go any further.
Yeah.
You see, it went quite far. I did a lot of work, as you can see.
Kind of well, and put up. That way.
Up barrel?
Yeah.
Yeah. Whee! How do you make a train? You have to build it, right? See, that's what you have to go this, yeah, exactly, you gotta go this way when you're... Look how it's put booster track in.
That's good work with the booster prop. You know?
Can you get booster track for this particular...
Yeah, you do.
Then you need, what do you call it? Redstone.
Yeah, we're going to fire my dog.
Would a redstone block do it as well?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, remember, we're coming back. But, prepare to use the
Torch?
yeah, the gun for Oh,
Excuse me, cow, you're in the way.
it did not work.
How do you get up again, bud?
I can't hardly go.
You did? Yeah, I was gonna put a booster track. Yeah, we need a booster track in here.
We make longer. You don't need to recruit quite for that. I'll cut eBay.
eBay messaged you?
What we got? We got.
They're a legitimate company, they'll give you your money back or they'll offer to replace it. What is he saying?
Take you back. Okay, I'm not quite comfortable. We can leave a firefight for no problem about it.
I sincerely apologize for the problem with the battery. Can you please try the tips on the low link to solve this issue? It should work for your laptop. What's the tips? Yes, it runs from with the battery adapter. Bad motherboard. The computer motherboard may be bad if you're new and your old laptop battery won't charge. The AC adapter is working properly. Also, if your laptop battery will charge another laptop, then it could be a sign that you have a bad motherboard. Battery is not charging at all or shows that it is not compatible.
I type a time.
What's that?
With the
That's just the metal. When I touched this, it pushed it off.
maybe again. Give me one shot. No.
There is no reinforced booster prop.
What's from that booster pack?
Oh, more than twice as fast as other track. Oh, I find reinforced booster trap.
It can barely indicate count full count on the system.
I don't know, hold on. It does work. There is a booster track behind me.
going the wrong way, but wrong way.
I'm going the wrong way?
I am.
Oh.
No. We hit for pay down. I'd be glad what that much to go away. That weird what?
It's reinforced.
Wow.
Looks much better.
I'm getting that book. Hi, everyone.
I like the booster pack as well. I'm going ever so and jump out and then more booster track.
Where he come from? Look about it.
That's what's slowing me down. Are you behind me now?
Yeah.
So hold on, I'm going to put a few in here.
Mm-hmm.
Going back now. Ah! What happened? What's wrong? What happened?
I'm going.
Your brake?
No.
What happened?
No. My ear ringing.
Your ears ringing?
Yeah.
Why?
I laughing too hard.
You're laughing too hard. I was like, what the hell's going on?
No. Vibrate.
Oh, your brain?
Yeah.
Oh, you're not.
No.
You're okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Scared me there for a minute. I hit you. We had an accident. I didn't have a chance to put a.
Hello.
I'm going back again.
What you have to do?
You gotta go back. I'm trying to go back. I don't want to go forward. Hold on a second. I'm going back. Stop for a minute. Let me. I have to put.
Oh,
Let me put booster track on there.
purple. Not nice if you put it that way, you know.
Oops. That does not help. Oops. It's too dark and I can't see. Oh, I accidentally took the.
Whoa. I didn't really could wait that.
What'd you break? Did you break my booster track?
No. A block. A block of okay.
Oh, were you putting a booster track in there?
Yeah. I mean, hold on. Again. More.
Yeah, I definitely need booster tracks to go up or down.
Hey, you. Oh. That's a bit long when you.
You're gonna put. Oh, you're gonna put another booster track in.
Yeah. help between you.
Maybe about here? About there? Maybe.
Yeah. Okay, that will do.
Yeah. You should track on this side too. That was fun.
That been boy.
Yeah. I'm gonna go back and put a booster track in. That's fun.
Yeah.
That works.
But I think we might able to go.
But yours, we need to make a you need to make a bypass.
Yeah.
You can make it either in here or you can make it outside. But the bypass has to go between here and the other.
There's a lot too hard. From
You what?
a lot of too hard.
Yeah.
I know it worked.
Yeah. Where are carts go? Oh, over there.
Way over that.
I guess I should put another boost track out here.
I put a lot in top. No.
What's that?
A lot in top at the station. What?
What happened to me?
You
I just gotta put more track in here.
gotta put one somewhere down here too. Maybe one about here, maybe?
Put one here. Huh. Không hồi bóp đít. Hỏi. Rồi.
Don't you need one in here?
No.
Are you sure? I'd say you need one to go here, I would say. Just
Lost the cat here. Got. Cat activated. What that
I
activated?
just activated it now.
Yeah.
What does this thing do? Fuel or you put the thing in there?
Oh, what you put in? Put one there.
gonna go on that side.
Right. Yeah, okay.
It's gonna go this one. But you don't want,
Move it over a bit.
so gotta remove that track. Yeah.
Oh, but Here,
One right there too, right?
That one.
Oh, okay, there's both.
Yeah.
That works.
I broke it before you broke the other one.
Jeez. Shouldn't that be on there?
What?
Shouldn't those be on this one here?
Why not? Right? On.
There we go. Oops. What are you doing?
I broke it before. Look at it.
It's funny. It's double track, isn't it?
That worked. That worked.
Yeah. Sure. Ah, shit.
I can't really hard body. Right. Hey. And come down. Whoa. Whoa. Well, that way you do it.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter, really.
Nope.
It works no matter what.
lock and crack here.
What's that?
A lock and crack here.
A locking track? Put a locking track there?
Not there. Yeah.
I'm putting that there.
Right.
I still gotta do a double here as well. I haven't done that yet. I will get to it at some point.
Oh, but at the end right here.
Yeah. Oops.
Oh,
Because if you see over here, this is as far as I've gone for now.
yeah.
This goes over to the next Shangri-La. Shangri-La over there.
I get okay. Go ahead. Probably.
Yes.
Or heaven.
Vitamin? You want the vitamin pill? Here's your Feel the Fighter vitamin. Eventually we'll get to Shangri-La, I just haven't finished that yet. I gotta build up, I still gotta build another track there. Cut a sandwich, cheese and turkey. Because that's all we had was turkey. Instead of ham. Is that okay? It's meat. I will finish doing that after.
Oh, what was that?
Of course.
Oh.
Maybe because it's not, maybe because it's a third-party battery, maybe that's why it's not working.
Oh,
Where did my car go? Why, it's not lit. I'm on my way to the other town. This is pretty damn cool.
Yeah.
I really like Minecraft a lot. Now with the booster track, I don't have to do much.
Yeah, you're right, right.
I'm moving around like this.
It's like a roller coaster, right? Whee!
Yeah.
I know those are too short, but anyways. Yeah, booster track makes it a lot easier and once you put your movement.
Yeah. Hey, you. You scared me earlier because I wasn't sure what happened there. I did tell them about the truck.
Oh, yeah, we slowed right down.
Yeah.
We need another one
They do.
back here more.
Whoa!
Fill in the water. One about here. And let's see
Yeah. What?
there.
Oh, look here.
We put one there too, yeah. Oops. Wrong one.
Could be okay, right, girl?
Yeah.
Could be okay.
Here we go. We gotta get you in a real roller coaster. That's one thing we gotta try.
Yeah, but it's not working on that.
No, a real roller coaster. Get you to Wonderland on a real roller coaster. I don't know.
That one's a bit tall.
Yeah.
I wonder that one. But it could work.
Yeah. I'm gonna put another one on here.
Yeah, mine was don't go cutting it very well.
Doesn't what? This is a long road.
Yeah. Not well. So that. Remember I bought it Sinatra?
We should put another one. Put one right about here.
About a year too.
Yeah. Let's see. Here.
Whoop! I'm okay. Whoop. Ah. Hmm. What's playing?
change.
Ah! Okay, this part needs to fit.
You're removing all that out?
Oh,
That's there for a reason.
okay, sorry.
Yeah, I put that there because this is the station part, right?
Yeah. Sorry about
Remember
that.
on his he did that as well? That's why I did that.
Sorry.
That's okay.
No, no, no. Poop it like that. Okay. Up control you.
We did boosters way down that way anyways already.
Did we? Yeah.
We don't have any boosters on this side though.
No, no.
Especially if I'm going one way and you're going the other way. You have to be able to
I
not
know.
run into each other.
Whoop. Ah. Okay. Ready now, guy? Look what on the menu?
I mean, real or
No. On the guy.
oh in there?
On the window.
Or yeah, it is raining outside. It is raining.
Okay. Okay. Alright.
Where'd you go?
Come back to the minecart.
Mine carts?
Yeah, I'm up behind you.
Hey! Hello, station. Goodbye, station. It was fun being here. Oh, wrong way. Whee! Going all the way around. Ah! Whee! We're going around in a circle. I hope you switched the other track again. Or we're just gonna go round and around and around and around. Nope. Whee!
walking shop.
Are we going back the other way now?
Yeah.
We didn't finish from the other way. Well, at least we know it works.
Yeah.
That little bit car for me.
Yeah.
Amazon.
I just stopped now. Yeah, there's a bit of a. At least reinforced track is.
Yeah.
At least we can get reinforced track with this too.
I know.
I tell you, Minecraft's freaking amazing. It really is.
I want to buy the train mode.
Train one?
Yeah.
You have to buy it?
Yeah. I think $20.
How much is it?
I think $30.
It's $30 to get that mod.
No. If I get one cat burn
Train mode?
yeah.
Oh, story mode,
Yeah.
not train mode.
No. Oh, that's what it's
horse. It's right around all the way.
It's not. Why would you have to pay that crop over there?
Yeah. Switch.
I know.
What? Switch to the other one, I don't know why.
I have to play with my God. One long.
It's long, yeah. Yeah, we definitely need another one.
buy
banana.
That makes it this one.
And we man it.
Yeah. Woo woo! I go down there and change it.
Yeah. Have to find the right tool. Okay.
Would you just flick it over and it flips over?
Yeah. And you can flip it over half the time. Okay, that one. I don't know what one you do. Like that. What's that called? What?
You broke it?
Yeah.
Why?
Perfect.
It's reinforced when you.
Yeah, man.
I don't know it.
You eat this before this thing starts to harden up too much.
You're good?
Bear.
You don't want to go backwards.
No.
I did it. I wrote it down.
Yeah. You didn't put any there? Whoa. What am I doing?
That's
Oh, that's the end.
all.
I gotta do more now. I gotta expand it.
make it work.
Why does this move so slow now?
And not paid out. I'll pay out. This one always on top.
Anyone here, right?
Yeah. I hit home. Remember that?
Okay.
How far about me? Or not? Oh. I read behind you.
There yet.
Oh.
This area is slow now. So we need one in between.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But we should make it. We did it before.
Yeah, I'm ready to hit you. Oh. Really long. How did it work?
Yeah. I think we need another trap. We need some more in this room. We're just making just barely.
I make a
lag a little bit.
Me too.
Not a lot.
No, no. Oh boy.
Sheeps, eh?
Not doing.
Bam. That was fun.
Let me get out. It fun.
That was fun, too.
I'll get at you.
Oh well.
You know?
You shouldn't be in my way. Horsey in my way. Horsey get hurt.
Walk up behind you.
Oh. Putting in one of those?
Yeah.
Could do that as well.
I need diving. Diving.
I'm tired.
That's right, horse. Go there so you can die. The horse wants to die, eh?
Yeah. Okay, any number? Haha.
I can't know that work, you know. If one kicked that,
I would jump up there, yeah.
Oh yeah. It can take with his or
You can't take?
yeah, so, Look,
Oh, see, I told you it could. You didn't believe me. 'Cause I accidentally put that in before.
okay, that
The
would
thing
be
is, though,
good.
it'd be cool if you could put obsidian as the ballast.
A what?
Hmm.
Gravel.
And hold on, I want to try some. Yeah, obsidian won't work. Only gravel.
I know about that.
Want to put a buck of coal in?
No,
No?
no, not ready yet. What you put in, it would be activated.
Okay.
Are you ready for me to put the coal in yet?
Not yet.
Why?
I think.
Oh, okay, go ahead. You put some cotton in it already.
Yeah. If only it could work with. If only we could make it work with laying the track and everything. It'll lay that track.
Yeah. I know. Let me think of one now.
Come here, I want to kill you. That was fun.
Okay, that won't work.
It's down here anyways. I mean, it's kind of. Poor thing here. That's. You can't get bat mode in this one, can you?
Anthony, kind of. Okay. I can't cut it out. No problem.
What does that do?
It will put
Oh. Will it put stone underneath the trap?
I don't know how it works yet. That wild
I'm
part.
gonna cut it apart. This is neat. It's not doing nothing.
Nope. Couldn't be that. Pull back.
What's that you have in your hand?
Cat. Okay. Yeah. I don't know how to work yet. Move. What you do?
Trying to figure it, but I'm trying to touch a button. There's a button on top.
No. Yeah, plot the hole. Okay. Wow.
It doesn't want to work, does it?
Good. Yeah, color. Don't move it yet. Okay. I think color. How can you get? Alright. Okay lah. Oh. Okay, new window. Okay. New color.
No, Doc.
Well, I see you have to use it with.
Hey guys, today I'm going to be reviewing the undercutter cart from Mod Railcraft. I've set up
So you need two
arena
things.
here, for an obstacle course for the undercutter cart to demonstrate its different abilities that it has. I've been looking at some of the videos online and they really don't showcase, some of the nuances of the cart, especially for different versions of Minecraft. Currently, I'm using Minecraft 1.4.7 in FIFA Beast Ultimate. It will vary in experience. I've also used this cart in 1.6.4, and I'm going to explain some of the differences between versions as I go, just so you know, if you're trying in a different version, you'll know that there are
You
differences.
figure out how to use it. And then
Okay,
go.
so what I've got here is different materials that the undercutter cart will try to remove. And if you're unfamiliar with what the cart does, let's just say you are setting up a really big rail system, and you have used, say, the Railcraft bore to bore tunnels, really long ones, or you can just put up tons of old track that you ganked from, tunnels down in the ground,
I make
mine
myself hot
shafts,
chocolate. Exactly.
and you have all this really crappy track down, and you want to replace it with really good track, say high-speed track or reinforced track, whatever. You're going to be able to do that with a track relayer. But the undercutter cart will replace the materials that's underneath that crappy track before you replace it. So, my name is Mystery Dump, and today I'm going to show you how to do that. So here we go. By clicking on the undercutter cart, you'll be brought to its GUI interface, and in here it's got some options to do. So what I want to do is first start with the material that I want to go directly underneath the track. And I want to put obsidian underneath my track. So I'm going to put in one piece there. And it doesn't really take it from the stack, so you don't have to worry about that. but I'm going to put an obsidian under there, and then I'm going to stock it with 64 pieces. So now if I go ahead and, try to do this where I push the cart off, notice it did not replace anything. That is because I need to put a pattern in. So let's put the cart back over there on the pad. Now, here's something that's different in the versions ahead. In the 1.6.4 version, you would not have needed any pattern in there. It would have just gone ahead and blankly replaced anything underneath. But in the older version, like 1.47, this is why I'm showing this version, it will not replace it unless you put in a pattern. So let's put in a pattern. You'll notice, watch, when I put this in, see, a piece of dirt was just kicked out, and you see down below the cart, it is now a piece of obsidian. So if I eject the cart going forward, it's going to replace everything underneath it with a piece of beautiful obsidian. And a good reason to use obsidian underneath your reinforced tracks is because it cannot be washed away with water. That's a really good reason. And it's just stronger from explosions, different environmental catastrophes. It just holds up better. And you've got a lot invested in your rail. So I always put obsidian underneath mine. Now you can also put crushed obsidian. Okay, so let's go ahead and put the cart back. And I'm going to put this back on the cart. Whoops, got to hit the switch there. And I'll show you some other things here. Okay, so let's lock the cart back down. Now, let's see what happens if we go ahead and put something in the sides. I'm going to put crushed obsidian on the sides. So I'm going to put a pattern, I'm telling you I want crushed obsidians on the sides. I'm putting some stock in, and I'm going to have to tell it to replace dirt. See? It just replaced the dirt on the sides of the cart. Notice that the lever is still in place, and it did not affect that. I'm going to show you some other things it can do later over here, where it will, replace different things. We've got different wiring, different heights, different materials it will go over. Well, let's see how all this affects everything. Okay, so we know that if I let this go, it's going to replace everything going forward. So let's go ahead and give that a click. Cool. We've just replaced all the dirt underneath with obsidian in the middle and crushed obsidian on the side. How cool is that? All right. So let's just say now we want to go ahead and do everything all the way forward. The cart is not powered. So if you hook it to the back of a bore, say a tunnel bore, this can be really helpful. Unfortunately, though, it would run out really quick. Notice that my inventory stock is already down to 60 and 56 pieces of crushed obsidian. It wouldn't go very far. The track underlayer cart has an option to use a chest cart. And if there's a chest cart attached in the linked train, it will use its inventory. So let's go ahead and lay a chest cart down, and we will go ahead and link the two by using the crowbar, pressing Shift and clicking on each of the carts, and it says link created. Great. Now those carts are created, and link is created. I'm going to go ahead and push these back and start again. Now, on here, I'm going to go ahead and fill the chest up with some stock. So let's put in the chest obsidian. Let's get some stacks of obsidian. There we go. We now have, that's crushed obsidian. Let's also put some crushed obsidian in there. And there we go. I'll separate these out so it's easier for us to see. Now it's going to use twice as much obsidian, or crushed obsidian, as it will regular obsidian, because it's going on the sides. And there's only one piece going underneath, so we want to do double in here of that. Now, again, I can go ahead and take these stocks out, and notice when I take it out, it just refills it automatically. Same thing down here. That's because it's pulling it out of the cart. Cool. So we don't have to worry about anything running out. And if we would put a tunnel bore down in front of there, let's just go ahead and attach a bore. Just lay one down here. Now when I lay one of these down, it always lay in the wrong direction. And I just crushed it. And there we go. Okay, so we can go ahead and link the same way a tunnel bore to our cart. So clicking right, clicking with the sneak or shift key down and clicking on the board, and now those two are connected. So we could go ahead and start our bore up going forward, and it would go ahead and bore a hole in the wall or in a mountainside, and it would be laying nice, a nice crushed obsidian and obsidian underneath. Of course, the bore offers you that option as well to put ballast in it and to be able to add in crushed obsidian or whatever directly in there, but it does not do the sides. So let's go ahead and get that off of there. That thing was raring to go, wasn't it? Okay, so for this we're going to use a locomotive instead to pull our cart. I'm going to go ahead and lay one down. Never fails, I always put it the wrong way. Yes, I know I can use my trusty crowbar. Let's link the two up. Okay, and let's go ahead and fuel our locomotive up with some Coke and some water. There we go. Water's in there, okay. And I'm going to go ahead and get this running. Idle her up. And you'll notice that locomotives go very slow, even on the fastest setting, when you're pulling an undercutter cart. I mean, let's face it, those things are doing some serious, work underneath there. Don't expect, like, lightning speed, guys. Maybe with multiple locomotives, I haven't tried that out, but that's the thing. So let's go ahead and start doing some undercutting. Let's go ahead and we've got enough steam, so let's go ahead and run her down the track. And I'm going to go ahead and release it, and here we go. And we'll go through the whole part of the dirt. And you notice that it's replaced all the dirt. Okay, so in this next example, what I'm going to show you is we have what happens when it runs into multiple material underneath the track and on the sides. So right now we have the undercutter cart programmed with a pattern of dirt. So let's go halfway through the dirt and see what happens. It's only replacing the dirt. Okay, so it only replaced the dirt, and we still have these sandstone blocks that are still there. So to replace those, what we need to do is we need to put in sandstone in the pattern. So I'm going to take sandstone and go ahead and put one in there and put one in on the side as well. Okay, let's move forward to our next station. Now we're getting everything. Yeah. Now, if you have like more than two patterns, this is the only problem. If you have more than two things underneath, you're going to need to run your train up and down the line a few times. Okay, so over here we just have what appears to be sandstone, but actually some of them are mixed with sandstone slabs. So let's see what happens when we run across sandstone and sandstone slabs. Okay, notice that it only replaced the sandstone. The ones that are called slabs are still there. And it also did not get this sandstone piece on the corner in a turn. That is something that it just doesn't do. They don't do the corner. So you'll still have to go back and do like turns and different things like that. So I'm going to go ahead and put in, instead of this dirt piece here, I'm going to take those out, and I'm going to put in a slab on both sides. Now we've got sandstone slabs in there. Let's see what happens. Yep. We've got the sandstone slabs. They're now done, but we still have these corner pieces that it didn't get. So again, this is something that the undercutter cart doesn't do, and I also checked it in 1.64, and as of that version, it still doesn't get it there either. So now what we have here is some dirt that I've got elevated. Let's see what happens when we place gravel this time. I want to put gravel down and see what happens when you try to put gravel underneath sections of track that are elevated and there's nothing underneath it. Let's see what happens here. So I'm going to change out my pattern. I'm going to take these out and I'm going to put in dirt as what we're looking for. And I'm going to put gravel to replace it. Whoops. Here's some gravel. So we want to put gravel underneath and on the sides. And here's some stock. Put some more stock in here. And I'll put some in the cart as well, so we can fill up in the cart. Also notice in our chest cart we have dirt now, and we have slabs, and we have sandstone that's in there. Those are collected as they are. If you have a cart, a chest cart connected to the undercutter cart, as it's going down the line, as long as there's room in the cart, it will, those items that are dropped from being undercut will be put into the chest. So any, ores, any gems it cuts out underneath or on the side, you're going to collect those things in your chest. So it's like a double duty, and it's pretty awesome. All right, so now we've got gravel in here, and we want to see as the train rolls over and is replacing the dirt with gravel, we want to see what happens here when things get elevated underneath. Does the gravel drop? Does the train break? Let's see what happens. Okay, notice it did not replace it. It did not replace these pieces that are elevated. So if you have pieces that, as you're running them down and you just can't figure out why the heck won't that replace? Why are some places just, not being undercut? It could be that there's a cavernous space underneath, and the developer, Covert Jaguar, was smart enough to make it the undercutter cart not take those pieces out, because if we did that, here's what would happen. The track would bust and the gravel would fall like it normally does, and that would not do us any good. But if you have a tunnel bore that's going in front of you, the tunnel bore would carefully place gravel or whatever its ballast is underneath and keep continuing to stack it until it was at a level where it could roll forward. So that would be how you would handle that with it. It's best just to go and put the stuff behind a board.
Clear my undercut. Wait, I don't have clear cut.
Too hot, right?
No, wait.
Just right?
Yeah.
I didn't melt to it.
That's the one, right? Yeah. That's the one. Hot. Kind of about on that one.
Do you have a tray in there?
I need the. Really? Nah, wait. And the ball? Now, I have cat card, has covered, okay, look out, look get out, dip part, okay,
You already changed it on the bottom there?
whoa, ah, oh my. Look away, please. Okay. Look away.
Me?
Yeah, you. You put it on me.
I never touched it.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't believe you. Okay. How about ah!
It's working?
I broke it. I made it. It's working. I need to learn.
You don't want to lay that way, you want to lay the other way. You're ruining all my beautiful...
I know. I
There's
know.
a reason that's like that.
I know. Wait. Not very long. Could be hard now. I put my lock. I would go off.
Hmm?
Okay.
You put whatever material you wanted to put down.
Yeah, I know. I know that.
I'm asking you.
Oh, I forgot. Repeat that.
I said you can put whatever material you want to put down underneath the track and put it in there.
Yeah. I know that.
Did you go check the tunnel borer?
I know that.
It's going too far.
No. I bring up man. I broke it. I broke it.
What's that? An ender chest?
No more. Okay. Is that coming? Oh. Okay. Okay. That go on. They put out at work. I mean, the boy cat.
Yeah.
Oh. Hot in here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Want to open the window?
Yeah. I hope we don't get moved.
Okay.
Why would you say that now? Now we're gonna get skunked.
No, not often.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. You got money in them.
It's not your fault.
No.
If you need one of those big mouths. Look at my hand.
Yeah.
Because of the
Fire. Okay. Every point, every. I don't know. I go. Yeah. Go. Behind.
That's a nice thing to have, isn't it?
Yeah.
They use a tunneler to put down your track for you already. You know, you set up your tunneler there and then you set that up. Right? Right behind your tunneler. Right?
Yeah.
And you have the tunneling going on, and that right behind it all doing everything for you.
There you go. The coal or pot of coal.
Uh-huh. It keeps falling off my fingers because it's so slippery.
You want to run the road.
Nope. Look at all the yellow on me.
Any water?
Water?
Yeah, we do need water.
Yeah, my grandfather used to work on trains. He was a mechanic. Here's your last bit.
Huh?
It's not working.
Well, Don't move, wait.
Don't move? What do you mean don't move?
I locked myself. Yeah. I did not work. It cannot link properly.
No.
Carpet, what do you say? Không do anything yet.
How's it going to destroy it?
Yeah, destroy it.
It should destroy both?
What?
I can probably push this back to you.
Yeah. A big wall.
Mm.
Hurt with your car.
Push with my what?
Car.
With my cart?
Lock the doctor. Lock. The hot bar.
Chicka 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 choo choo! Excuse me, you stupid dumb sheep. I wish you ran over them, they would die.
I know.
So what happened when the thing wasn't attached?
Yeah. Okay, wait, more. Carbon.
Oh, whoops. It works going that way.
Yeah, but you.
trying to get out.
Pissed off.
Let me fix this.
I think Cloudbot. D-R-O-W. Thank you.
Okay. Leave it, leave it.
That's worth doing that way.
Can
What's that?
that's her.
I was pushing it back a little bit for
Yeah, I know. Okay. Hurry. Whoop.
While you're doing that, I'm going to go do some stuff over here. I gotta find a way to get into that town.
Whoa. No. Let me. They broken.
What's broken?
Red. Could be a way you can make.
And link is created. I'm going to go ahead and push these back and start again. Now, on here, I'm going to go ahead and fill the chest up with some stock. So let's put in the chest obsidian. Get some stacks of obsidian. There we go. We now have that's crushed obsidian. Let's also put some crushed obsidian in there. Balance it, because it will, again, I can go ahead and take these stocks out. And notice when I take it out, it just refills it automatically. Same thing down here. That's because it's pulling it out of the cart. Cool. So we don't have to worry about.
Oh, I put it back.
You put it backwards, right?
No. That looked right. That looked right. That looked right.
Anything running out. And if we would put a tunnel bore down in front of there, let's just go ahead and attach a bore.
I'm starting to
Here.
make the castle this place
Now,
ready.
when I lay one of these down, it always lays
Yeah.
down.
I'm
And-
building I know, just do what you're doing. And work your way up here with
And
the
there we go.
border.
Okay, so we can go ahead
Yeah.
and link the same way a tunnel bore to
Right
our
now,
cart.
just
So
clearing
clicking,
off all the
right,
stuff that we need.
clicking with the sneak or shift key down and clicking on the board, and now those two are connected. So we could go ahead and start our bore up going forward, and it would go ahead and bore a hole in the wall or in a mountainside. and it would be
Ah,
I'm probably not gonna have it come into the town.
I got working. I got working now.
That's good.
Let's not do the suck. That one's raring to go, wasn't it? Okay, so for this we're going to use a locomotive instead to pull our cart. We'll go ahead and lay one down. Never fails, I always put it the wrong way. Yes, I know I can use my trusty crowbar. Let's link the two up. Okay, and let's go ahead and fuel our locomotive up with some Coke and some water. And I'm going to go ahead and get this running, idle her up. And you'll notice that locomotives go very slow, even on the fastest setting, when you're pulling and undercut a cart. I mean, let's face it, those things are doing some serious, work underneath there. Don't expect like lightning speed, guys. Maybe with multiple locomotives. I haven't tried that out, but that's the thing. So let's go ahead and start doing some undercutting. Go ahead and we've got enough steam, so let's go ahead and run her down the track.
Keep her in the town, okay?
And I'm gonna go ahead and release it, and here we go. And we'll go through the whole part of the dirt. And you notice that it's replaced all the dirt. Okay, so in this next example, what I'm going to show you is we have what happens when it runs into multiple material underneath the track and on the sides.
I'm going to make it
So right now we have the undercut cart programmed with a pattern of dirt. So let's go halfway through the dirt and see what happens.
The car is going down.
It's only replacing the dirt. Okay. So it only replaced the dirt, and we still have these sandstone blocks that are still there. So to replace those, what we need to do is we need to put in sandstone in the pattern. So I'm going to take sandstone, and go ahead and put one in there, and put one in on the side as well. Okay, let's move forward to our next station. Now we're getting everything. Yeah. Now, if you have like more than two patterns, this is the only problem. If you have more than two things underneath, you're going to need to run your train up and down the line a few times. Okay, so over here we just have what appears to be sandstone, but actually some of them are mixed with sandstone slabs. So let's see what happens when we run across sandstone and sandstone slabs. Okay, notice that it only replaced the sandstone. The ones that are called slabs are still there. And it also did not get this sandstone piece on the corner as in a turn. That is something that it just doesn't do. They don't do the corner. So you'll still have to go back and do like turns and different things like that. So I'm going to go ahead and put in, instead of this dirt piece here, I'm going to take those out, and I'm going to put in a slab on both sides. Now we've got sandstone slabs in there. Let's see what happens. Yep. We've got the sandstone slabs. They're now done, but we still have these corner pieces that it didn't get. So again, this is something that the undercutter cart doesn't do, and I also checked it in 1.64. And as of that version, it still doesn't get it. So now what we have here is some dirt that I've got elevated. Let's see what happens when we place gravel this time.
I'm working over
gravel
here, right?
down.
Yeah.
See what
Just
happens
bring it
when
to
you try to
there.
put gravel underneath
We're gonna
sections of
continue on
track
other places.
that
later
are
on.
elevated, and there's
When we get as far for now,
happen here. So I'm going to change out
and we will
my
station, we will get
pattern.
the
Take
tracks.
these out,
We'll build a station right there, I
and
guess.
I'm going to put in dirt. That's what we're looking for. And I'm going to put gravel to replace it. Here's
That's
some
how
gravel.
big the train
So we
is?
want to replace,
Yeah.
put gravel underneath and on the side. And here's some stock. Some more stock in here. And I'll put some in the cart as well. So we can fill up in the cart.
It doesn't do two
Also
corners?
notice in our chest cart, we have dirt now, and we have
Oh,
slabs
honey,
and sandstone that's in there. Those are collected as they are, if you have a cart, a chest cart
Oh,
connected
but
to
as
the
a
undercutter cart,
tractor?
as it's
Yeah.
going down the line, as long as there's room in the cart, it will,
Nice,
those items that are
looks
dropped
good.
from being undercut will be put into the chest. So any
It's hot.
ores, any gems,
What's
it
that?
cuts out
hot.
underneath or on the
The
sides,
train is hot?
you're going to collect those things in your chest. So it's kind of like a double duty.
Look,
It's
they cut on it.
all right, so now we've got gravel in here, and we want to see
Yeah.
as the train rolls over and is replacing the dirt with gravel, we want to see what happens here when things get elevated underneath. Does the, does the gravel drop? Does the train break? Let's see what happens.
Mom.
Okay, notice it did not replace it. It did not replace these pieces that are elevated. So if you have pieces that, as you're running them down and you just can't figure out why the heck won't that replace? Why are some places just, not being undercut? It could be that there's a cavernous space underneath, and the covert Jaguar was smart enough to make it the undercutter cart not take those pieces out, because if we did that, here's what would happen. The track would bust and the gravel would fall like it normally does, and that would not do us any good. But if you have a tunnel bore that's going in front of you, the tunnel bore would carefully place gravel or whatever it's ballast underneath and keep continuing to stack it until it was at a level where it could roll forward. So that would be how you would handle that with them. It's best just to go and put the stuff behind a board, if you're just creating the level for the first time. That would be the best thing for it to do. Okay, so we've learned that the gravel will not drop if there's something underneath it. Let's see what happens here at a higher level with stuff underneath. This would be like wires. How's it going to treat these wires? So we're going to put in stone bricks as our pattern. We're going to take out the dirt because
I don't mean that one now.
You want to get it go this direction, right?
Yeah. Let me know when I need to go.
I'll let you know, I'm working. I got to finish putting the track down this way. We're not going to go around in a circle like that, but we're going to build the whole,
Yeah.
I've got to put there's water here, so I got to put some, I'm going to put some grass in here.
Yeah.
It won't work on water, will it?
No.
Exactly.
It works great. Oh, no. No?
was the black part. And then the green black line. Pick up my dirt.
You put dirt in it?
More pick it up.
Uh-huh.
I go. That's about everything.
Don't mind, first do all the water up. I don't want water here.
What gravel? I không đi nữa. What a cold with that. Gravel on me right now. What any better?
Sorry, you stupid donkey. The donkey.
Oh, yeah.
Hee-haw, hee-haw. I remember there used to be this donkey that only, for some reason, only liked me. It doesn't go fast, does it?
Not if, they have it, when not so far. No. But it didn't travel far. You know? Yes, I can make it. Won't be no problem.
That's good to have that device.
Yeah.
Because you know then, because you use a tenor borer and that in conjunction with each other, and you can do a lot of track laying. You know?
Yeah.
It'll do everything for you. All you do is set the things first to go through to do the to lay the track and to put the stuff down, and then the thing behind it comes and changes all the ground.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's better to use them in conjunction with each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, có khô. Hả?
Yeah.
And gravel, possibly, and obsidian.
Obsidian
Yeah.
is full, yeah.
Không bà.
What?
What's that there?
Well, you tell me not to move something. I'm not.
Not you, God. I have to warm it up later.
Warm it up.
Yeah, the mouth could cut.
Neither why. Coal. I need coal to work with it.
Yeah.
No?
You Rusty?
Not quite. I have all this stupid grass.
Don't worry about grass.
I need to move it so I can't put the track down if that grass is there. You know that, right?
Oh.
Keep out of my way, or you die. Okay, you can go. I'm putting a block here so it won't go any further. Because see what I'm going to do is when you come here, right? We're going to put a switching track here so it goes like this, directly like this to the station. So people come straight through to that station. So if they're coming this way to this station, they come this way. If another train's coming this way, it'll go that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing.
I have to wait it warm up.
Let it warm up, and I'm going to finish the floor here.
It's not ready to go yet.
It's not ready to go yet. And I'm singing here for you.
Okay.
This makes it so easy, doesn't it? My goodness. That's pretty cool. Mind you, doesn't do corners very well.
No, but then, no. You corner.
No, it just doesn't.
I know.
Well, that's easy to fix anyways. There. Fixed. Want me to remove this?
What?
Let me remove. If I remove this, will it continue on?
No. I cannot. Nope.
That's good. That works. That small bit there, we can do our stuff.
If you have full three-way track, that will work.
Yeah. Relay track.
I have it here.
Okay, then I'll break this and put three-way track in. That means I could also put a track on this side. That's three-way track?
What are we looking?
That's four-way, so I could put another track on this side.
No, it won't work. What is
Yes, it will.
Yeah.
But we're not going that way anyways. Beautiful.
You can.
It finished it for us.
Yeah.
See, now when you come in through here, and you go to the state. You go this way to go into the to get into the station over here. And go all the way around here. I gotta put. Make it look right. Same here.
And go.
I don't know if there's any more, yeah, there's more Sand Village over that way. So we're going to continue on in that direction eventually. So
Yeah.
what I'm going to do is, we'll do that later on. But I'm just going to put some.
Yeah.
Because there's another village over in that direction, so we can go towards that way.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta finish building how we're gonna build our station here and all that kind of stuff. So that works good. What are you doing? What is that you're holding on to?
Crowbar. Crowbar.
Oh,
That let me revert one thing. You know?
you gotta fix the ground all around here. Make sure it's all one.
And what caught with me? No, but no.
I don't know, would he be still asleep now? Message him, he could be up, you never know.
Yeah. You're alive.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, we've been playing around on the other world,
Yeah?
the test world, and I built tracks going almost to your village from here in this other world, and now we found some other really cool things that you can use in conjunction with the with the borer that bores
Yeah.
through the ground. There's another thing that'll lay the under. So what you could do is in the you can actually put the reinforced track into the
Yeah.
so you put that into there. Conjunction. What is the other thing called?
Well, do you know that you guys got basalt now? If you check your listings, there's basalt in the mix.
It's called
Oh, an undercutter, and what that will do is you put the material that you want to put underneath the track. So as it's laying the track down and cutting the ground,
Yeah.
cutting the thing with the tunnel borer, you bring this behind it, and this will cut. This will put the so you don't even have to go under and remove everything and do it. It'll do it all automatically.
Wow.
It's really neat.
Well, too bad we can't get this one up and running because I've got a whole bunch of villages I'm connecting up, and here's the kicker.
On yours.
Yeah, well, mine. If you check your listings, there's a listing for basalt, BASALT.
Type out.
Let me type that out, okay? But check your listings for this, okay? It's basically this, BASALT, basalt.
Okay, that is, yeah.
Yeah, check to see. I think when you put in Tinker's Construct, you brought basalt into the game. At which point it makes it actually a lot more easy, because you know what you can use. You can use the basic basalt. You can use the basic basalt stone to make the actual road bed. That's what. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you see that, guys? Scott, do you see that?
Yeah, I do copper here.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. You guys got basalt, and so therefore, the end result is you got basalt. Which is actually explosive proof. Number one, if you ever do decide to turn on the mobs, and number two is that you can mine it out from volcanoes. Because I was running tonight and I saw this black area. I'm going like, what the hell is this black area? I look and it's a volcano, and I'm going like, wait a second, did we put basalt in? And I look and I go like, yep, we did. So guess what? We've got basalt now, so we can use that as a road bed instead of the obsidian. So we can replace that, and we can actually.
Oh yeah, we did.
See, you can replace that, and you can actually put in the obsidian, or replace the obsidian with basalt. It actually looks a lot better as a road bed than the basalt does. So, are you guys in the server right now, or no?
Not urine.
You're not, okay? Yeah, because let me get in that one, and I'll show you what I mean when I get in there. Okay. Let me finish up my section here. I'm doing a test run on my own test server here.
Well, that's what we've been doing. We've been.
Yeah, well, I'm doing that myself. I'm working.
We have lots of redoing from this one to place in the other one now, because it's.
Yeah, well, like I said, now we can do something, I think, and that's what I'm saying. But yeah, right now I'm actually laying down the thing. Oh, and I had a hell of a day today. I got up at 6 a.m. this morning, right, or 5 a.m. to go down to the food bank, which opens at 9, right? Get in the shower, get out, get everything done, right? Couldn't find the one thing I needed the most of, right? So what happens is I go like, okay, well, what's going to happen here if I, have to do this stuff, right? Well, what happens is I get on, I head out to the bus, which is the first bus of the day, which is at 7:30 for me, for the way I needed to go, which was 7:30. So I get there at 7:15, and the bus pulls up at 7, or I get there just before 7, and the bus pulls up there, the first bus, which is the airport bus, hardly anybody on it. So I'm going like, okay, that's not a problem, right? Well, what happens is the next bus comes on, and it's packed full of people. I'm going like, what the hell's going on? This isn't Friday. This isn't Friday. It's Saturday. And then I asked one person, what is this all about? Why are there so many people on the bus? And he goes like, oh, there's a festival down at Tucson Electric Park. I roll my eyes to them and say, oh, wonderful. Now nobody, because I'm walking with a cane and my legs are weak as hell. You'd figure somebody would give up a seat nicely for me. Hell no, they just all sat there and they were all packed in like sardines.
Sorry, Americans are the worst for that.
I know, and that's the funny thing. Here I am, handicapped, number one, and disabled. Now, here's where it gets even weirder,
It's
okay?
bad here.
I get off at the bus stop at Keno. Now, as I get off the bus, I notice this sign right on the stop. It says that this bus stop won't be running through here between the hours of 7 and 4. I'm going like, oh, wonderful. So this is an all-day thing. So I knew where the other bus stops were around me, right? So I get out, walk over to the one bus stop where I need to go up to the food bank. I had to wait 30 minutes for that bus, right? So I figured, okay, I'm going to be up there by 8:30, maybe 9 o'clock, and then of course, I'll be home by 10 or 11. Well, here's where the whole thing goes south on me, okay? I get up there at the food stamp place, nothing goes off wrong there, right? So I got 3 boxes of stuff, right? And here's what happens. I'm carrying all this stuff back. I get on the one bus, get off across the street from the stop where I need to get on to come home. The first bus that comes by, of course, I'm holding my bladder too on top of it because of the fact that I had to take some water. But here's what happened. Here's what happened. The whole thing basically comes down to this. Basically, I get ready to get on the bus. You know, I'm hoping that I get home in 20 to 30 minutes so I can get rid of my bladder. So what happens is the bus comes along and it's chock full of people coming from the festival. I'm going like, you gotta be shitting me. People are already getting out of there already, and you know, it's like, gee, you know, what the hell's going on, right? So what happens is the first bus goes by, and of course the bus driver says, oh, we'll get in the back, you know, I'll open up the back door and you guys can get in that way. Well, what happened was there was this big fat guy with his girlfriend, who's just as big as he was, and they're both standing in front of the door, and they have this fucking big cart full of food from the doggone festival. And I'm going like, and he says, hey, there's no room back here, bro. I'm going like, sir, I'm disabled, and I need to get on that bus. And then he said, well, go talk to the bus driver. I said, okay, well, do that. I said, and I told the bus driver, I can't get on this bus. And he said, why? And I told him why, and they said, oh, well, he's got plenty of room back there. I said, no, he didn't. No, you don't. You've got people crammed to the gills in the back, and there's no room at all. He said, well, I'll get you on board. I said, no. I said, at that point, no. And I said, I'll wait for the next bus. So I had to wait an hour. So in the hour I had to get rid of, you know, empty my bladder. So I had to walk over to the freaking hospital, which is back the way I came, basically, right? Get this, I get over there, and then I get back to the same bus stop I was going to get on the first time, right? Well, here's what happens, guys, and this is where it gets really interesting. Another guy is sitting there with me, and along with about 7 or 8 people, we're waiting for the next bus, right, which is due along in about 15, 20 minutes, right? And the guy basically said, if I get another bus, this is one of the guys, he said, if I get something like this again, I'm just going to walk down to the one on Palo Verde and Ajo, which is where the 2 routes, the 2 number 11s meet up. See, one of them goes to the airport, and one goes to Laos. Now, the Laos bus is the one that had the festival on it, right? So get this, guys. So get this. Here I am, right, with the festival. Here I am waiting for the next bus. Okay? I figured, okay, the bus is going to be here at 11:18. I'll be home by 12, by no later than 11:45, maybe 12 o'clock, right? Well, the bus comes along, and guess what? Full up again. Nobody could get on. At that point, I looked at the one guy who was sitting there, and he said he was going to walk down to Palo Verde. I said, let's take a walk. So we took a half a mile walk. Of course, my legs were buckling at that point because I hadn't eaten this morning, and the other part of it was because of the fact that my legs were just crapping out on me. Okay? So here's what happens. We get down there at the area, right? Okay? We get on the final bus. Okay, I get to the final stop, you know, and then I had to walk the remaining 2.5 blocks home. And my legs buckled a couple more times in the process. I could have gone down at any time during this whole trip, and the thing would have been like, you know, it would have been just, I actually told somebody, well, I was waiting for that next bus, I said, I hope I don't go down, because if I go down, you'll be calling 911. And I mean, I was serious about it. I had a dead serious face, guys. So, yeah. I was not too happy, and the thing was when I got home, it was 12:30, got something to eat, you know, got done, and then it was like, I'm so crapped out, I cannot keep going here, so I just crashed, and that's why you haven't seen me on practically all day. It's because of the fact that this one festival, and you know what I found out? See, this festival was offering to people free dental service, free haircuts, free everything, right? Pretty much free everything except for the food, right? So what happens is some of the people getting on the bus were really upset because they'd gone there to the free dental. One guy, which was waiting for the first bus, which I was. Here's what happened. He said that he had gone down there. He had walked all the way down there at 5 a.m. in the morning. Got down there, and then they told him that they weren't supposed to camp. I'm going like, you gotta be bullshitting me. You gotta be bullshitting me. You can't camp here, you know. And that's the funny thing, because that's what happened. And then he was so frustrated. By the time I was there, he was thoroughly frustrated, and the end result was he was like, I just don't want to deal with this. And so I just looked at the guy and I said, I don't really want to deal with it either. But these buses were stopping down where the festival was, just one stop away, and they were picking up all these people from there, and then just taking them and just bringing them up on the bus. The bus is chock full of people, so we can't get on the bus. I was just livid, and I'm about ready to, say. I'm about ready to tell both the, I might tell my nurse, and then I'll tell my nurse to contact the bus company, and then tell them, this guy needs Suntrans, or Sunvan. He needs Sunvan, and you know what? I'll tell her, you know what? You tell them, when I get my doctor's approval there, what we're going to do is we're going to get Sunvan, and I'm going to be able to go anywhere I want, provided I give them a 3-day notice. And you know what? I can do that. I can usually do that.
Yeah, we have Wheel-Trans. We call it Wheel-Trans, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's for wheelchairs. Well, we have the same thing for us. It's called Sunvan.
Yeah.
And that's the funny thing, Scott, because like I said, this whole thing is about the ethics behind it. I'm a disabled person. I should be able to get on a Sunvan's bus, go down to the food bank, pick up some food, come back on the thing, and then get done and be done there. And I could have been home by no later than 10 o'clock with that Sunvan bus. And you know what? I had to sit there for an extra 2.5 hours. And I would have sat there till 4 o'clock, till the festival was truly over. At which point I would have then said, I've actually missed so many buses here because of the fact that your buses were full during the entire time, that you violated my American disability rights by not letting me get on a bus. How many times? Let's see, 12? 8 to 10? Let's put it this way. Tell your boss at the Teamsters that he owes me $150,000 for each bus that I missed. I would have done that. I said that would have been about $1.5 million right there. I mean, I would have been set for life just by that.
Should have sued them.
I might just still do that. I might just still do that by doing me a disservice and causing me pain and agony. And then, like I said, I'd like to see Suntrans also squirm on this one too, because it's both the Teamsters and Suntrans. And this would be kind of fair justice for my end. I'm saying, that I would be just the first of many. In fact, it's kind of funny because you know what somebody said. The guy that I walked with down to the other bus stop, it was so hilarious. He and I were looking at each other and we were talking, and he said, I got the absentee ballot for this year, and you know what they had on it? They had on it, should the mayor have a pay raise, yes or no? You know what he voted? Fuck no.
Nay.
No, just fuck no. Just fuck no. I'll be in a minute. I'm right now clearing off. I'm finishing up my road work here at my first town. I found on my town, my board, I found a number of different places. And I hear you guys are killing people. You murderers, you.
Not me.
Well, when you're in my way and I'm doing something and you don't move, I kicked him a few times to try to get him to move, but he wouldn't move, so I had no choice.
Yeah.
Huh?
In a minute.
I'm right now finishing up my my village here on the, not in the server we're on, but you get the idea. I tell you, I am right now not too happy with Suntrans, and I mean I'm about ready to, like I said, lay it on the line. They should pay me $150,000 times 2 for the 2 buses I couldn't get on. That's the irony of this whole thing.
What had to happen? Like one night.
I mean, if I was up in Canada, you guys would at least, I would at least use the bus system, not sparingly. I would use it verbosely, you know. I would use it a hell of a lot more than you think. But
one night.
It's a lot better in Canada when you're disabled than it is in the States.
Yeah, and you know, that's something that's funny. I would love to get with Mr. Trudeau and then tell him to go talk to Mr. Obama and tell him, you know, you do not do this to your citizens because your citizens are going to up and leave you. And that's the reality of what's happening here. He's losing favoritism, and as well as Hillary Clinton. Hillary's not getting any votes from anybody.
Obama a lot, yeah.
Let's put it this way. My attitude about Obama is this: he's ruined the country. He's practically left people starving, dying, and practically half dead. He has practically just caused people nothing but grief. Okay, he has just caused so much problems. He should be impeached at this point. And he shouldn't even get the last year of his service. Period. End of story, you know. But that's basically about it, you know. And it's kind of funny because also, you know what the funny thing is? You want to hear a funny story, guys? Ready for this? Okay, you know, we've had the shooters in the last few weeks, right? You know, we've had the persons who have been shooting people, you know, and everything like that, right?
Yeah.
Well, get this. Yesterday, not today, yesterday, which was, you know, Friday, they had a French driver. I don't know who was at fault here, but it was either the bus driver or the truck driver in France, and they killed 44 retirees.
Oh, wow.
Now, whether they were drunk, asleep, or whatever, you know, that happened, right? So here's what happens. Then today, I don't know if you heard about down in Oklahoma today, but there was a homecoming parade for the Oklahoma State University going on, and some drunk woman was totally DUI. She had a BAL of over 0.8, which is the maximum safe limit for Oklahoma, right? Well, guess what? She plowed into a bunch of people. She left 4 dead, 35 hurting right now. And most of these are serious things because she just plowed right through them like they were just a bunch of rag dolls, like a bunch of bowling pins. And I thought to myself, my God. And then I kind of thought about this, and I said, you know what, guys? Here's the funny thing. Ready for this? Okay, people complain about gun laws, you know, gun and gun control and all that stuff, right? So here's what happens. You know, here you have some people who are driving drunk or asleep or whatever, right? Well, here's what happens. The end result is here you have these people driving drunk or asleep or whatever, you know, impaired basically. And they're killing people. And yet, you know, when people see somebody shooting a person, they scream about bloody murder, you know, saying, oh, well, we need to fix the gun laws. We need to do this, that, and the other, right? Well, get this. With here in the States, if a person kills a person with a car, what do they get? A slap on the wrist, that's all. That's all they get. It's a fucking slap on the wrist. And it just kind of irked me. Because I was about ready to say, you know what, guys? If people say that we need gun control, no, we don't need gun control in this country. What we need is people control. And I mean, we should take and get rid of all the stupid people in the United States and just, you know, send them off to Germany or something, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not being hateful or spiteful, but come on. People should have common sense. I'm sorry to say this, but America has no common sense anymore, Scott. It has none. You know? It has no common sense whatsoever. And that's what kind of irks me. Because if people had common sense, if people had real common sense, people wouldn't drive drunk. But they use the lack of better judgment to do this to themselves. And the end result is they end up killing people. And yet then, you know, like I said, when people hear about a shooting, they scream bloody gun control laws. Oh, well, we gotta enforce gun control more and more. Yeah, when a person kills a person with a vehicle, it's like, so what? You know, it's like, so what?
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of gets me because of the fact that here I am, you know, here I am a handicapped person. Imagine me down in that place and I got hit. I'd be suing that woman's ass off to doomsday. I'd be saying, you know what? Give me a fucking lawyer. We'll take this woman to the cleaners and then some. Give her a real rude wake-up call. Give everybody a rude wake-up call and say, you know, you destroyed my life. Thank you very much. Now go to jail for the rest of your life. You know, because, you know, she killed 4 lives and one of them was a 2-year-old child. That child's not going to see 3. And that's the irony of this whole thing here, guys.
And she's not going to jail or nothing?
Well, no, she's been arrested for driving under the influence, but that's it. Not vehicular manslaughter or anything
You go to
else.
jail for life. If you kill somebody when you're under the influence, they don't care here. You go to jail for life.
Yep.
No
And
parole, no nothing. You are gone.
you are gone. That's right. You know, in Oklahoma has some of the strictest DUI laws in the world. First offense, get this, and this is the first offense. Get this, guys. First offense, you have to you would be spending anywhere from 5 days to 10 months to 10 months in jail. Okay, you have to pay a $1,000 fine plus any court costs, and then on top of it, you get your license revoked for 30 days. Okay. Okay, sounds simple, right? The second offense is even worse, because then you spend anywhere up to 5 years in jail. You pay a $3,000 fine, and then what's even worse about this is that you even get you get your driver's license suspended for 6 years, and at that point you have to be required to get state ID. So that way, if you get stopped and they find out you're driving without a license, that's another offense. But the point I'm saying here, guys, is that it basically boils down to this: the third offense, you get that happening, and guess what happens? You get put away for up to from 10 to 15 years, and that's the reality of what goes on here. So you can imagine what we're talking about here. And this is the country the state with the strictest DUI laws on the books. And this accident occurred in there. Now, vehicular manslaughter, I think for Oklahoma, carries a term equivalent to that of second-degree murder, where you're going to be sitting there for the next 20 to 25 years in prison at least, and as long as life, depending on how severe the courts really want to get.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying here, guys. That's what I'm saying. So yeah.
I'm really quick. Hot.
I mean, I don't mind having a discussion with you guys about this, because come on, people scream bloody murder about freaking gun laws, and yet when a drunk driver kills a child or something like that, it's like everybody just doesn't even think about it. They don't think that. Do you know that there are more people killed every year in the United States? You know, every year in the United States there are more people killed by either drunk driving or bad driving decisions than in, such as like not wearing your seatbelt, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but here's something that's funny. Do you know that in an average year, there's 57,000 deaths? Do you know how many deaths there were in Vietnam during its run between 47 and 73 when we were involved? I can give you an idea. 57,000 people. So in other words, you're talking about the same amount of people getting killed every year in a car accident than that were killed in the Vietnam War during the entire time, which was 28 years.
What happened to you if you get the accident? They have to defend it.
Yeah, well, like I said,
It's another thing.
I'm kind of glad you guys have got a better leader than we do. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I would rather like to shake that guy's hand rather than President Obama's or Hillary Clinton's or Donald Trump's or whoever's.
And
Because
our guy now has a big, huge mess to clean up now because of the conservatives.
Because of the last guy. Yeah.
Yeah. You have to clean up.
Well, do you know that everybody in the United States blames the previous president for their current problems, and you know what the reality is? I hate to say this, but if you look at Obama right now, he actually has caused more damage to the United States than George W. Bush ever have or will have. Because to give you an idea, you look at the national debt of the United States currently. Do you know we have an $18 trillion debt? And everybody blames it on George Bush. The reality is, I did my history checks. Get this, back in 2000 when George Bush took over from Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton, when he took over, had a $2.5 billion debt, right? That's how much our national debt was, $2.5 billion or $1 trillion. Okay, you get done there, and he comes out with about $5 trillion. Okay, not too bad. $2.5 trillion in the 8 years he was in office, not too bad. Now you go to George Bush. He has a bad run, of course, and everybody blames him for it. But here's the thing: he only increased the debt $5 trillion in 8 years.
He's a war criminal, as far as I'm concerned.
What?
He's a war criminal.
Well, in a way, he could be a war criminal, but I look at it this way. In terms of raising our national debt, he didn't do too bad. $5 trillion in just 8 years, okay?
All due to war.
All due to war, yes, but, and also greed and everything else. But let me get to the good part here. Now we get to President Obama. Obama takes over in 2008 when the debt is at $10 trillion, right? Here's what happens. In the last 7 years, mind you, Obama has raised the national debt from 10 trillion to 18 trillion in just 7 years. Now, do the math at this point. Stop and think about this. Clinton, he only raised it 2.5 in his 8-year period, right? Or his time frame. Bush raised his 5 in 8 years, 5 trillion in 8 years. Here you got Obama, who is in the last 7, who has raised it another $8 trillion. Do the math, like I said. When you look at this, you're talking that when you look at the cost of it, Bush raised the debt lower than let's put it this way, than the current president. Bush raised the debt a lot lower than actually than Obama has. Obama, let me give you an idea. He talks about Obamacare a lot, right?
Yeah, I heard about it.
Yeah, you've heard about it, right? Well, get this, Obamacare. He could have taken that $8 trillion debt and put it into Obamacare. He didn't even bother. He did not even bother, and that's the reality of what has happened here, guys.
Legalize marijuana, and that debt will be gone in 10 years.
Yeah, legalize marijuana and the debt would be gone, and it would be, I mean, seriously. You know, legalize marijuana and get rid of it.
No.
You know, get rid of it. I mean, hell, our forefathers were stoners. I hate to say it, but it's true. Our forefathers are stoners. You know that? George Washington was a pothead.
Nothing wrong with pot at all. I like pot.
Well, yeah, don't be caught with it in the United States, otherwise you're gone for at least 5 years.
I know, it's so stupid.
I know.
There is more potheads in jail than there are murderers. You know that?
Yeah, I know that.
Which is costing your constitutional money.
Yeah.
Taxes to keep these people in there for minor pot.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow.
I'm wondering if it comes money and economic money, well, this will be the big problem with the business.
Well, the whole 9 yards of this whole thing is the Obamacare. Let me give you an idea. When Obama proposed Obamacare back in 2008, okay, when he proposed it in 2008, now he was saying basically to the citizens of the United States, hey, here's a deal. We're going to get your teeth fixed. We're going to make you healthy. We're going to do everything right, right? Well, get this. Ready for the real shocker? The very first year he's in office, he spent $700 billion on a car company to get it from going bankrupt. An American car company known as General Motors from going bankrupt. Now, here's where it gets interesting. He shored up that company with $700 billion with a B dollars. Now, I sat there and I thought to myself, where could that $700 billion have been spent a little bit better? Gee, you know, we're talking here, we're talking here that they could have actually used that money for the healthcare. Instead, they used it on a freaking car company. And I jokingly remarked one time, guys, here's what my jokingly remark was, okay? Okay, Obama spent $700 billion on a car company, yet he doesn't have the audacity to spend $900 on my teeth. And that's really what I said. He didn't have the audacity to spend $900 on my teeth. And that's the reality of my life.
Here, dental is covered on disability. Not everything though, only tooth extractions, a certain number of cleanings, and fillings are covered. But if you need an implant,
yeah,
then you have to pay out of your pocket for that. They won't cover that. Or if you need dentures, you have to go through a special plan, which I went through a special plan to get my dentures. I have upper dentures that I need, right? Because my teeth were bad. I needed to get them out. I was in pain. They told me they would cover it. They told me go through it and do it, and we'll get it all covered. I went and did it, and did they cover it? They didn't cover a penny of it.
Huh. That's weird.
I was so pissed because apparently I waited too long. I had to save up money because I had to pay half of it still.
Yeah, I know. I have to pay.
I had no choice. I had to save up money for 6 months.
Well, for me, Scott. Here's the thing. For me, it's this. It's for myself. If I have to have my teeth cleaned or anything, they'll do an emergency extraction. If I have a decay, if it's life threatening in that, they'll do it for no cost. But here's the kicker, okay? You then look at what I have to deal with. If you want me to get anything else, So no, you have to pay. You have to come up with 50% at least for due to access. 50% of my dental health. Yeah. So yeah. Oh, they had a good death battle this last week. You want to know what it was? Yang Xiaolong from Ruby versus Tifa Lockhart from Final Fantasy. And it was a real cat fight. It was a real cat fight between these two girls. Probably one of the best ones I've ever seen, you know? I mean, the Wonder Woman and Rogue one was just like, and Mai Shinumi versus Chun-Li, and that was like, I mean, come on, even an intergender battle between Samus and Boba Fett was better. But yeah, right now I'm actually lining in my city's boundaries right now so I can build my city. This is not in my version, but in you know, whatever. Actually, this is in my version, but I'd like to learn how we can get the signaling up and get everything working.
I don't know how to do that one yet.
Oh well, there is a way you can do it. You have to. There's a tutorial.
But I know how to cook it. After cut working.
Yeah, well, give me a second. I'm right now, like I said, I'm finishing up some work here.
Yeah, I know.
And then once I get this side done, then all I have to do is, you know, I'm trying to get as much done as I can here.
One minute.
Tell you this much. Oh, ouch. Okay, I'm just finishing up this work here. 5. Yeah, give me a moment here, guys. I'm just trying to, like I said.
Well, I'm not even in that world right now. I'm in my own
Test world.
Test world.
Our world.
Our world, which is also a test world as well. But it.
Yeah. Well, as for me, I'm in my own test world. And I'm actually, like I said, I'm surprised we got basalt. So if we got basalt, we might as well use it. In fact, I might just start tearing up the track a little bit tonight and actually setting up a basalt debate.
We don't have to tear it up. We can use this thing to do it.
Yeah, well, like I said.
We'll show you how to use this equipment, which will allow you to put the basalt down without even tearing up the track. It'll put it underneath for you.
Okay, so an undercutter. Yeah, give me a few moments here so I can finish up this side of the hill here. I'm finishing up.
I can't hear it for you.
You can't hear me?
Well, he can do it for you to help.
Yeah, well, let me give me a moment. I want to finish up this part of my build here on my test server, because then I gotta sit down and figure out how we do the signaling, because that's going to be a fun thing, because you have to also build it so that you can route trains and everything.
Yeah, we have to figure out how to do the routing, because we were trying to figure that out, but it was.
Well, there's a YouTube video that does about signaling system, and there should be also a way that you can do this with routing. So anyway, yeah, I'm just right now, like I said, I'm actually finishing up this one side of the track here. Also, what did you think of Hurricane Patricia? Man, that was one hell of a storm. I don't know if you heard about it on the news. Let's put it this way: you take the top 5 storms in Atlantic Basin history, run them together, and none of them would. I mean, we're talking here storms like Katrina, Andrew, Camille, Rita, and Wilma. Wilma was actually the one that had the lowest barometric pressure in the world at the time. Let's put it this way: Patricia beat her by a good 7 millibars. which means that if you're talking about pressure, you're talking a pressure that's below 26 inches of mercury. That's a lot of low pressure, you know.
Yeah.
The sustained winds in Patricia, 200 miles an hour, made Katrina, made Camille look tame, and Andrew too. Made those two guys look tame. Then you look at the rainfall amounts. The rainfall amounts rival that of Rita. I mean, we're talking here that Texas this week is going to be, you know, setting up for flood conditions because that storm is headed their way. Kind of glad she didn't come up further north and be that way. We'd be probably feeling it right about now. We'd be probably still under tropical storm winds of 40 or 50 miles an hour. You know.
Wow.
But anyway, yeah. But yeah, it's, you know.
Oh, and welcome to
Yeah.
Forecaster's updated basic railcraft signaling tutorial.
Yeah.
This
That's how you do
video,
it.
I'll be going through the basics of signaling, the components used, the tools, and how they work together. I will also be correcting a couple of mistakes I made in the previous video, as well as showing a couple of new features that have been added to Railcraft. Here we have your basic block signal, and as you can see, it can be placed one block underneath the rail, on the same height the rail occupies, one block above the rail, of course 2 blocks above the rail, or at most 3 blocks above the rail, where there is 2 empty blocks between the rail and the signal. To link signals, you'll need a signal block surveyor, and to link the signals, you right-click one, and you right-click another, and if the signal block is valid, it will be defined, and the signal block is the blocks between the signals, including the block the signal occupies, and here we have the signals 1 block away from the rail. Here we have the signals at varying heights, and here we have the signals at varying distances from the rail. Here we have an invalid block, where the rail is not a straight line between the signals. And since we started a survey on this signal, we have to abandon it by right-clicking it again to be able to start a new survey from a different signal. Here we have another invalid setup, where the rail does not enter the scanning range of this signal. In this setup, we can define a block between the signals, but this track is not covered in the block. Here we have one of the new features added to Railcraft, the signal block relay. This box acts just like a signal while sharing the same limitations, with a few exceptions, such as being able to place rail directly on top of it, and as such being able to hide it underneath the rail. And it also has some additional functionality, in that it can be used to link signal blocks together. So here we have 2 signal blocks,
Okay, who just
this
PM'd
one
me?
here
I hope it's not Rob.
and this one here. But since they are sharing this relay in the middle, they are considered a single block.
Actually,
So-
it's staying. It's Stain, you know, it's not Rob, thank God.
Oh,
At least
if
we got him off,
a rail
off of BU.
were to enter this part of the rail, all of these would react to the cart. And as it leaves this block and enters this part of the rail, this one would still react as if it were in this block. Note that the scanning rules still apply, so the rail needs to be within the scanning range of all the relays. So for example, placing the box here would not work because the rail would be outside its scanning range. We can also position them underneath the rail and still link them and have an almost completely hidden signal block that covers the corner. We can also use it to link regular signals together. So here we now have the same setup as over there, but with regular block signals at the ends. We cannot, however, have a regular block signal in the middle because it is simply incapable of relaying the block. So the connection between these two signals is lost in favor of the connection to this relay. Now it's time to look a little closer at what the signals actually do. As you can see, I have defined two signal blocks in front of me. One is the closer one, and the second is the one further away. As you can see, there is a cart occupying the closer one, and both signals are currently showing red. The one further away is empty, and both signals are showing green. If we get this cart going, we can see that as the cart enters a block, the light in the direction the cart is coming from turns yellow. This means that there is a moving cart on the track that is moving away from that direction. In the direction the cart is going, the light turns red. Red is dangerous. It means that if you enter the block from that direction, you will hit something. Either because it's heading towards you, or because it's standing still. Now that we know the basics, it's time to move on to the slightly more advanced aspects of signaling. First, we need to define a few terms that are commonly used when working with signaling. The first is aspects. An aspect is basically a light signal that are emitted by, for example, block signals. The current aspects are red, yellow, green, blinking red, and blinking yellow. And we're going to use these more intimately soon enough. The second term is controllers. A controller is a block that emits an aspect. For example, a block signal is a controller. The third term is receivers. A receiver is a block that will receive an aspect from a controller and react to it depending on which block it is. Our first controller is the block signal, and our first receiver is the distance signal. To pair a controller with the receiver, we need a signal tuner, and we right-click the controller, in this case this block signal, and then we right-click the receiver. And as you can see, the distance signal will reflect the aspect it's receiving upon itself. So when this block signal is showing red, this distance signal will show red. So if we get this cart moving, you can see that the distance signal is changing with the block signal. The next block is both a controller and a receiver. The dual head block signal, which is a block signal and a distance signal combined. So first we linked it to this block signal to define a signal block. Then we used the signal tuner to link this block signal to this distance signal light. So if we get the cart going, you can see the bottom light is reflecting this block signal, while the top light is acting like the block signal. And the final block is the dual head distance signal, which is simply a double distance signal, which can be linked with two separate controllers. And the top light is linked first, and the bottom light is linked second. Now it's time to take a closer look at the new block relays. Here we have a simple setup with 4 relays, 1 in each corner, and we have a distance signal above each one that is linked to the relay underneath, just for clarity. We have 2 signal blocks currently defined, one here and one here. If we get the cart moving, we will see them. So the closer signal here turns yellow, and the faraway one turned red, and the close signal here turned yellow, and the faraway signal here turned yellow, and the close one here turned red. So we have 2 separate blocks, but if we were to link these 2 relays, we would combine these 2 blocks. And as you can see now, when the cart enters the block here, this signal turns yellow, and it is approaching all of these signals, so they show red, and as it passes a signal, it switches to yellow because the cart is now moving away from it. And when the cart is passing by this unsurveyed stretch of track over here, all the signals show green because the block is clear. However, if we were to link these 2 relays, thus defining a 4th signal block, we would have all the signals constantly showing red because the block is now circular. So the cart is constantly approaching all of the signals, no matter where it is, which renders this setup very, very useless. Now it is time to dwell even deeper into the world of controllers and receivers. For this section, we will don our TrackMan's goggles. and we will set them to the tuning aura. This will allow us to see connections between controllers and receivers.
I just realized, you know, it's like 3 o'clock.
Now that we're wearing our goggles, it's time to take a look at the switch
It's
motor.
better.
The switch motor is used to control.
It's not fair to the people that have it so loud, right?
Yeah.
Currently showing red because the block is now circular, so the cart is constantly approaching all of the signals, no matter where it is, which renders this setup very, very useless. Now it is time to dwell even deeper into the world of controllers and receivers. For this section, we will don our TrackMan's goggles, and we will set them to the tuning aura. This will allow us to see connections between controllers and receivers. Now that we're wearing our goggles, it's time to take a look at the switch motor. The switch motor is used to control switch tracks via a redstone signal. We can link it to a controller directly, such as a block signal, and by default it will switch on the red aspect and it will be off on any other aspect. So when the signal turns red, you can see the track switching, and when the signal is red, green or yellow, the switch motor will be on. If we take our crowbar and right click it, we get this interface where we can see it's currently set to red. We can remove that and set it to green. So now it will switch on the green aspect and it will be off on yellow or red. We can also select multiple aspects. So now it will be on green or yellow, but off on red. Now here we have a white track with another switch motor, and we want to use this block signal to control this switch as well. But when we link the signal to this motor instead, the connection to this switch motor is cut off, because a signal, a controller, can only be linked to one receiver at a time. So now we have this switch activating on the red aspect, while this is now still. So we want to control both of these switches with the same signal. That's when we need to use the signal receiver box. The signal receiver box is a receiver. As you can see, it will receive the aspect of the block signal, and if we right click it, we get the same interface, and as you can see, it's currently set to emit a redstone signal when it receives the green aspect, and the switch motor is reacting to the redstone signal. You can also place the signal receiver box right next to the switch motor, and it would have the same effect. So we want the switch motor to only switch on the red aspect, which it's currently doing. But we will also want this switch motor to switch. So we put a signal controller box next to the signal receiver box, and as you can see, they automatically connected. The controller box can be linked to any receiver, so we link it to the switch motor, and the signal controller box will take the aspect that the signal receiver box is receiving, and it will forward it to the receiver it is linked to, which in this case is this switch motor. We can also link it to another receiver box, and we set this to the red aspect as well. So now we can see we have a chain where we start at the block signal. We go to the receiver box, which controls this switch motor. The signal controller box is forwarding the signal to this receiver box, which in turn controls this switch motor. And we could continue this chain for as long as we needed. You can also put up to 4 signal controller boxes, one for each side, around a signal receiver box. So we can have this going the other direction as well. Now, let's take a look at the odd box that is neither a controller nor a receiver. We have the signal capacitor box. This, when placed next to a signal receiver, it will output a redstone signal, same as the signal receiver. The difference is that it is working as a red power state cell, where it will maintain the redstone signal for a set amount of seconds,
My brain cannot take that in right now.
and then shut it off. And each time this the receiver box receives the correct aspect and emits its redstone signal, the capacitor box will renew the redstone signal and keep maintaining it for another of however many seconds you have set it to. That's all for this time. If you want a practical example on how to use switching and signaling, please take a look at the previous video where at the end I showed how to build a collision prevention system for locomotives. Thanks for watching.
Okay.
Okay, well, anyway, I'm working on this section here, which is actually my level test server, you know.
Uh-huh.
And that's what I'm doing right now.
Uh-huh. On your computer or on your computer?
On my own server. I'm doing this on my own test server, that way I can see exactly what I'm doing here. So I'm right now flattening some terrain here. So I'm flattening some terrain so I can get this leveled out and, you know, I'm getting my towns set up.
Brush fire, brush fire.
What about brush fire?
I'm creating a brush fire to try to get rid of all this brush quicker.
Ah, I see.
But it's like all these animals just love fire.
Yeah, I guess so.
Ooh, that looks pretty. I'm going to walk through it because it looks so pretty.
Oh. big enough for pumpkins.
Yeah, it won't burn.
Oh boy, oh fuck.
Oh yeah. I hate this tall grass shit.
You and me both.
It's so annoying to have to clean it all out. So just burn it and it works.
Ow. Yep.
Isn't that fire? That pumpkin looks awesome with its hair on fire. It has fire head.
You know, Halloween is next Saturday night, so I won't be on until after 11 o'clock.
Oh, because you're giving out candy?
No, I'm going to be hiding from the kids this year.
Hiding?
Hiding, yes. I like to hide. As in, I don't like to be. It's not that I can't afford giving kids out candy because I can't afford the candy. The price is just too high for candy.
Yeah, it is expensive. What I usually do is I wait after the sale's all done so I can have some candy myself.
Exactly. Well, as for me, I'm just, like I said, I'm clearing off.
Do they go through your building?
Oh yeah, they go through the apartment complex like crazy.
They're
Of course,
not allowed to do that here.
they're not allowed to do
Here,
it.
they're not allowed to go through the complex. What they have to do is they have to go. What you have to do is you give your candy downstairs to the super, and the super gives it to them at the door, and that's all they get is at the door.
Huh.
I like that. It's kind of dumb, but they don't. They figure this was going to prevent stealing and stuff.
Yeah, well, you know the most popular costumes are going to be this year, according to what they say. This might surprise you, but Star Wars and Harley Quinn from DC Comics.
Doesn't surprise me at all.
You got one, you know.
Yeah, well, like I said, with me right now, I'm trying to get this leveled and flattened here as fast as possible.
So all you do is you go on your computer, you ignore them when they come to the door.
No, they won't come in the door. They have to knock on my door, and the thing is, I'm going to have the lights off and the computer off. The only thing that might be working is my doggone breathing machine, and I'm going to be sleeping
Well, you're going to go to sleep
for a few hours, you know.
Well, man, you could get on the computer, but don't talk too much.
I wouldn't talk at all. I probably wouldn't. Of course, knowing Rob, he'd probably call me up, and that's another reason. So I'm just saying, no.
Well, you can do not go.
Yeah, well, like I said, I don't mind talking to people. It's just the fact that certain times of the day, I just don't want to talk to people, especially on holidays. You know, come on, let's just be honest here. You know, does anybody want to talk during Christmas? Not that many. Like I got a birthday coming up, nobody's going to talk to me then, so I'm just going like, okay. So yeah, I'm just right now cleaning off land here.
We have a birthday coming up.
Yeah, December.
My number.
You know what?
Yeah, I'm just cleaning up, like I said, I'm cleaning up the land here a little bit.
That's what I'm burning it.
You're burning it, I'm using a hammer to break down a hill fast.
Why a cocaine?
Did I hear a mule?
No.
Aw, poor thing got all burned up. If I were them, I would run away from the fire. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to burn you. Oh. Sheeps. Ah, goodbye, you sheep. Sheeps and pigs die.
Wait, no.
Right now, pigs are becoming lunch.
Yeah. But no. Yeah.
Oh, this really burns down the brush pretty good.
Nothing looking for me. I know what you again. Not very right.
I just deleted and blocked somebody on my Facebook. Because he called my niece a slut, basically.
Not good.
You don't mess with my family.
Family, what's that?
You better not get too close to that fire, Mr. Villager. What happens when you set one of them on fire?
Oh, they burn.
Let's find out.
Oh, they burn.
Oh.
Oh, I'm going.
No, he survived it.
But he's left with one health bar.
Wow, he survived it again. There we go. Bye.
You got me.
I'm so mean, I know. That one took a long time to die. Oh, you're putting a signal, are you trying signaling?
I don't know how very well yet. What way?
You gotta put it in the right way because with this, use it with in conjunction with this, because when the train is coming this way, if a train is over there, right, coming in, and another train is coming this way to go on the station, then you want one train to go off the one track and the other train to go on the right track. And then
Yeah.
wait till the other train lets people off, and then it can come around and go in too.
Oh, you're bad. I think middle. Middle.
I'm just giving you some light so you can see.
I can hear it.
Wow, I cleaned that area up quite well.
I have to go back. But I had more.
Oh, if anybody can figure that out, Andrew, I know you can.
Hello. Showing bread because the block is now circular. So the cart is constantly approaching all of the signals, no matter where it is, which renders this setup very, very useless. Now it is time to dwell even deeper into the world of controllers and receivers. For this section, we will don our Trackman's goggles, and we will set them to the tuning arm to place rail directly on top of it, and as such being able to hide it underneath the rail. And you right click another, and if the signal block is valid, it will be defined, and the signal block is the blocks between the signals, including the block the signal occupies. And here we have the signals one block away from the rail. Here we have the signals at varying heights. And here we have the signals at varying distances from the rail. Here we have an invalid block, where the rail is not a straight line between the signals. And since we started a survey on this signal, we have to abandon it by right-clicking it again to be able to start a new survey from a different signal. Here we have another invalid setup where the rail does not enter the scanning range of this signal. In this setup, we can define a block between the signals, but this track is not covered in the block. Here we have one of the new features.
Well, I'm getting this done. I just have to clear off that section over there, and then I'm pretty much together. I just have to finish up this part. Then I have to work on the south side of the south and east sides of the village here, and once I get those done, then it's pretty much together, you know. Yeah, but my village, my first village, is looking pretty nice right now.
There you go. I could not get that to work. I think I have to have no vote. Right?
Right?
To work with it, right?
I'm like, yeah.
No vote.
I think you can also use detectors as well. I'm not too sure. But yeah. Right now I'm laying down dirt. Or grass, actually. I'm laying down grass blocks. So once I get this done, it should be... There we go. Almost done with this section here.
You got it working?
Not like it.
I wish you could set a fire in one area and it would just burn the whole area out.
Really?
Oh.
Well, no, just for the fort, like, you know, field with all that stuff you want to get off. I wish I could just set a fire one place and it just burns the whole thing, like it would normally do in real life.
Yeah.
That would be awesome. Firecraft.
Okay, now, cool.
Other way, sheep.
What?
Almost got this side of the village done.
Why?
And just give me a moment here, guys. I'm just doing some stuff here.
Oh, wow, that actually burns away the fence.
có bê bóng đó.
Not figuring that out.
One more.
Don't you have to have a train on each section there?
Features added to Railcraft. The signal block relay. This box acts just like a signal while sharing the same limitations, with a few exceptions, such as being able to place rail directly on top.
Probably incomparable with the cat company up. Với cả nó bốc em nồng khó no.
It was quite a day for you today.
Too much yesterday. Today I'm staying home. I'm going to just have a nice quiet day and hopefully nothing weird comes up.
Well, that'll be good. Sunday now.
Yeah. And then tomorrow, Monday, I gotta go somewhere Monday. I gotta go somewhere Tuesday. Wednesday is an okay day, and then Thursday is okay, and then Friday is going to be the busy day again. Then Saturday I'm going to hide. I'm just right now clearing off all this land and filling it in and leveling it so I can at least have a land area.
Lots of work doing that.
Okay. สนุกเองnow
Is this on the test server or is this on?
yeah
He's doing on test server first.
Okay.
While we're waiting for you to do your thing there, then we figured we'd stay in the test server until you come.
Yeah, well, just give me a moment. I'm working on this. I'm almost done with this, and then I'll come on and we can then get started. Sorry if I'm taking so long. I'm just trying to get this all leveled out. And
How dare you?
how dare I?
How dare you?
I'm leveling out certain sections of the world.
I'm just bothering you, teasing you.
I know.
We all have things we gotta do sometimes.
Yeah.
Did your sister ever contact you yet?
Nope. Never has and probably never will.
Not a very nice sister.
Nope. That's why she never has gotten a Christmas card from me. Let alone anything from me.
So send her a Christmas card. Maybe it'll make her feel bad.
That's the problem. I don't know her address. That's the problem there, Scott. I don't know where she lives in Waseda.
Ah.
I know she lives in Waseda, but I'm trying to get some information so I can then do something like that. So yeah, I do want to make her feel in some ways bad about treating her brother this way. But hey, you know, I'm just the black sheep of the family, Scott. I'll be honest with you. I'm the smart one, and I'm the black sheep. There we go. And now we can cut down the tree.
She should make an effort to at least talk to you. Even if she doesn't have money to help you, at least talk to you.
Yeah, just at least talk to me, for crying out loud. That's all I'm asking. You know, open up a conversation for Pete's sakes, people.
What about a phone book? Would a phone book give you her information?
No, not unless she listed it in the phone book. You know, and if you give them an unlisted phone number, well, they're not going to give you anything.
Puppet and as such being limitations while sharing
I'm very lucky that I have a good family.
Yeah, well, at least somebody has a good family. Me, good luck getting one.
I mean, all Andrew really has is his grandma. I mean, his brothers and sisters are all over the place.
Yeah, well, I have a stepsister. She's in Oklahoma. She doesn't even want to talk to me. It's like, gee, you know, gee, thanks, people.
maybe if it doesn't have hers, maybe you can get her husband's.
Well, he doesn't have a Facebook. That's the problem, Scott. He doesn't have a
Home
Facebook.
phone.
He doesn't have a phone number. Like I said, I have no real idea where to contact or who to contact. Except maybe the Waseda Police Department, and that's about it.
Could do that.
That's the only option I've got left, really. And, you know, I make it a long-distance call to find out where your sister is or if she's even alive still. Well, there is one way I can tell whether or not she's alive or not. Now, that's really a sad commentary when you have to call the police department in Alaska to you know, and make it a long-distance call to find out where your sister is or if she's even alive still. Well, there is one way I can tell whether or not she's alive or not. That is, go through the records, as they say.
Obituaries, yeah.
Yeah, the obituaries. Well, right now I'm getting this done. I'm actually finishing up the main road here on the north or south side of the village here.
Well, that would be really sad if she was gone.
Yeah, because I did want to apologize to her. I tried to apologize to her a couple of times, and she did make one communication with me, and that was over 5 years ago. 5 years, and she didn't even care about her brother. I thought, gee. Okay, that's all done. Now I'm getting this all done and finished in on this side. And I've still got a bit of a hill to cut down, and then once I'm done there, then it's just a matter of, you know, just finishing up stuff.
Okay,
well, like I said, give me a
Right now it
moment.
says green, so that means it can go ahead there.
Right.
Then once this comes up, this should go red. Oh yeah, oh, it goes red. Then we can get a little red. Now it's green again.
Drop it.
Yeah.
I will close it for now. Come here now. Okay. Now we find a card.
Just right now, like I said, I'm laying out the roads here, and my test server are laying out a road, one of the roads.
One card. Không phải mưa mát.
Almost done. tree axe for right now. I do need the hammer, however. I'm just right now. I'm switching tools around fast so I can clean stuff up. Well, thank you for standing in there, mister. You got plenty of places to go.
Well, right in front of you, right?
Yeah, one of those damn archers or whatever, one of those huntsmen.
Just burn them.
Nah.
They're fun to burn. Hard to burn, but fun. Can they actually shoot at you?
Yeah, they can, I guess. I don't know. I'm putting down I'm putting down some stuff right now.
What happened? When? I'm working, you know?
Not in here.
No? I love that. Wow.
How did we send you up to get a drink this time? Hey?
Yeah, bad. Welcome back.
stuck in a place that you can't even.
Become not easy.
Bah, 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 choo. Thank you for the world.
Almost done with this. Then I'll quit this and we'll go over to the main server.
If it could be possible, but let me know.
I'll be there in a couple of minutes. I'm almost done with
Let
this.
me know if it could be possible.
5. There we go. And I think that is done here with this. Let me just check. Yeah, got 2 sides of the village almost done. Then I'll be working on the 3rd side, and then it'll be the 4th side, and then once I get that 4th side done, then I can start working on building the rail line to start building the rail line here. I got an idea where I want to run it to the first village here.
It's a lot of work. Be prepared.
Yeah, well, I am doing that, you know.
Especially going over water is.
Yeah, well, like I said, I'm actually working on an idea here on this because in this one that I've got, my map that I've got here, I've got at least 6 barns. I got at least 3 cities. I've even got a meteor I've got to remove here. We had a meteor impact, it seems like. I have to fix that up. Some of the villages are big.
Yeah.
The ones that I got are big and they've got walls around them a bit.
Not working tonight.
Yeah, give me a moment. There we go.
Oh. I can't go home. Okay, hello. Put control. Yeah, probably why. I know I can put controller.
The same limitations, with a few exceptions, such as being able to place rail directly on top of it, and as such being able to hide it underneath the rail. And it also has some additional functionality in that it can be used to link signal blocks together. So here we have two signal blocks, this one here and this one here. But since they are sharing this relay in the middle, they are considered a single block. So if a rail were to enter this part of the rail, all of these would Hello, and welcome to Distance Signal Combined. So first we linked it to this block signal to define a signal block. Then we used the signal tuner to link this block signal to this distance signal light. So if we get the cart going, you can see the bottom light is reflecting this block signal, while the top light is acting like
Okay. Uh,
Don't need the doors. I do need this.
I don't know why sometimes they make sets of towns in all sorts of different levels. Why couldn't their towns be all level, eh?
I know, that's the problem.
Pigs can fly, one just flew out of a tree. At least on Minecraft.
Almost done here. Okay, I'm gonna stop at one block before the door there. So one block before the door, which is right there. There we go. Okay.
Hey, Ben,
Yeah.
your eye condition that you have, right? Is that a progressive, or is it just what you have now is as bad as it's gonna get?
It can get more progressive as time goes on, but it is as stable as it is right now. Let's just put it that way.
Well, I hope it stays at this level so you don't get any worse.
Well, the worst case scenario is I'll go colorblind, but that's the worst case scenario.
Well, colorblind is not so bad.
Yeah, well, red, green, blue, black, you know. Let me just start cutting this here.
I know people that are colorblind now, and they're
Yeah,
fine.
I do. I know one. At PSW.
Yeah.
Oh, man, alert. Had a car bomb. I can't forget how good it.
I'm just right now, I'm just, like I said, I'm whacking away at this thing.
I'm whacking away at this town too. I'm at Shangri-La.
Yeah, I'm just right now, I'm just, like I said, getting the work started here on this, on the project 1, 2. Yeah, hang on, I'm just cutting away at this hill there.
It's almost 5 o'clock again already. Wow.
Okay, I think I've done enough for right now on this project. So I'll go ahead and log off right here in the safe zone just in case. Okay, I'm coming into the main server now, guys. Waypoint. Want to go to Scotts Bluff. And it timed me out. Yeah, I know. I've got the server. I'm logging into the server. It timed me out when I did that.
I have to restart it.
Oh, okay. Just give me a second. Okay, yeah, you're gonna have to reset it.
Because I want it to not broken.
Yeah.
I do not know why. Do not.
I have no idea either. Oh well, I'll just go back to my server here and I'll work on it some more.
It would be up in what kind of minute?
No problem. Take your time. I'm not in a rush. I'm not in a rush. I mean, I'm just right now. I'm clearing out land here on my game server here.
It'll be up now.
Okay, I'll be over there in a second.
Don't wait too long. I know I got
Okay, well, let me get this going here. Okay, there. I'll take a breather right here and log out and try and get into game here. Join server. There we go. Now hit J.
I do not know why it comes out.
Okay, I'm over at Scotts Bluff now. Scotts Bluff. And let me go ahead and get me a drinky. Oh yeah, that looks much better. I'm removing the obsidian over here at Scotts Bluff and putting it in with regular basalt here. And you'll see what I'm talking about, Scott, when you come over.
I'm kind of about, no, it's gonna work right. Right now.
Ack. Give me a second.
should get one of those stone layer things to do it to make it easier.
Yeah, well, I'm almost done with the siding here already.
Look what I can't do with my camera.
if we do that, you know.
And when you guys get in the server here, you'll see what I'm doing. Almost done.
Not feeling very good.
You're not feeling very good?
No. I'm not doing it very good.
Okay, take it easy.
No.
It means that he's not figuring the signal in the system right now.
Okay, well that's okay. But yeah, it will take a little bit longer, but I'm in no rush. But take a look at what I'm building here and you'll see what I'm talking about here. Let's see, where's the lockdown track?
Whoop, I broke mine. That's not making it easy at all.
I'm almost done with the Scotts Bluff section of rail line.
And not taking you long.
No, it doesn't take me long to do this because I know how to lay track and take it apart. There we go, almost done.
This one. Of what? He was like a drinker on that stuff.
No.
There's no more orange juice left because it's finished all of that. We took some more milk. I'll be back in a minute, man. I'm just gonna grab us a couple of drinks from the washroom.
Okay, sure.
And then I'll be over to Scotts Bluff to see the town.
Yeah, you'll see the difference in the rail line here in a minute once I get done. Okay, that looks good.
Ben.
Yeah.
It ain't compatible. I can do rerun. Can help.
Yeah, we'll figure it out, Andy. Like I said, between the two of us, we'll probably figure it out.
I don't think I can do 3 ways.
I'm not doing three-way. I'm only doing bi-directional here. Let me just get started here on the next section up the line here.
Let me do it. For everything.
to make the pop last. You only have one case.
Right?
I only bought one case.
Mm-hmm.
Because he wanted milk.
Yeah.
And I figured you like milk too, so. I don't like drinking milk all the time because it bothers my stomach.
You are. Yeah.
A little bit of milk is good. Where am I laying now? Is he 11%? Yeah. Oh shoot, I just broke it.
What?
I just broke the elevator.
What was it?
Well, I'm almost done here with this much of it.
It's a different looking stone.
What?
I was saying that's a different looking stone.
That's basalt. This is what basalt looks like.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know, I like. Basalt looks okay, but I still like obsidian. I don't know why.
Well, you know, there's a cobblestone too. There's a cobblestone to basalt, and you want to take a look at that? Okay, let me just bring that up. Okay, here is what it looks like, okay? This is just a test. That's what it looks like.
Where are you right now?
I'm over here by the tunnel.
So that's the cobblestone.
Well, no, this is the regular stuff. This is regular basalt. Let me show you the cobblestone, okay? This is cobblestone.
That's nice. I like that one better.
Okay, you like that one? We can replace the sides with this and leave the center line pretty much the regular stuff.
Yeah.
So in other words, leave.
How did you? Oh, you had to break it to get the.
Yeah. But it's easy to do because all we have to do, see, you have to do this. Just do this.
I would just get that track layer and put the stuff underneath. That'd make it a lot easier. And somebody broke my thing over here.
What thing?
Not me.
Not me either.
I fixed
Maybe.
it. That'd be a lot of work to change all that over. There's a lot out there. I guess we don't have to do everything. We just do the towns.
Yeah, I'm just working on the town right now, or one of the towns.
Your farm is flourishing.
My farm is what?
Flourishing.
Too much, probably. There we go.
I wonder if it can call away.
Yeah, you can see where the railroad lies now.
I wonder if the orbit can call away. I have to bring up home, but
There we go.
gave you a hand and I removed a house that was half hanging over. I figured, you know, you're gonna end up moving that anyways.
Yeah.
There we go. That looks better, but it's missing. I'm surprised none of them have come to sleep in your...
And there we go. That much is done. That much is done. There we go. How's that look, Scott? Oops. From the hole. There we go. Now it's done up right.
Looks. I like that one much better. That one's much nicer.
Yeah, what I did is I left the center line of the track. If you look at the track, I left it as is, you know, with just regular.
Fine, yeah.
But this looks fine right here.
What you did, it looks great.
Yep. So yeah. So yeah, I'm pretty much getting this together. Okay.
And yellow.
I'm here still.
That could be red.
Yeah. Well, anyway, there's that. That much is done. That much is done.
I'm redoing the end. Not the. I'm redoing the.
There we go. Hey guys, I'll be back in a minute, okay?
Okay.
Okay, I'm back, guys.
Come on.
Had to take a little asthma meds, so just bear with me there, you know. Yeah. It's getting late for you guys, and I know it's getting late for me. What are you doing, Scott? Where are you at?
I'm over by the old, I'm redoing the, if you remember over by the park, the tavern?
Yeah.
I'm just removing it onto the street, so now when you come in from the, it's now on the street, so it's kind of, instead of,
Yeah.
so we're just rebuilding it.
Okay, well then that's an easy thing. Just removing it, moving it over here, huh?
Yeah. 7.
6 by 9, actually. Yeah. Okay, well, anyway. I don't know about you guys, but I think I'm going to call it a night. I think I'm going to call it a night, guys.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I probably will talk with you tomorrow sometime, or later today, actually.
Yeah.
Okay? So I'll talk to you later, okay?
Yeah.
Bye.
Okay, I gotta work on it.
That's good. What do you think of my tavern?
Oh, wow.
I'm recreating it the way it was. How is it coming?
Good.
You figuring it out?
Yeah. Look better than mine.
That's good.
I think I put it on.
Controller?
No. I have nothing for it. Crap. Yeah. That why it did not work right.
Uh-huh.
I didn't have the proper split. Crap. Need. Wait on me. Okay. Okay. My friend will go for it. I just really feel good walk. You have more current on it.
No more churning.
Got one run. No?
It's kind of hard to do.
Go a whole way around. Go other way.
7. I got that hand. No car. The basket can go this way. The long can up going through. We'll go all the way around that crap. Yeah. Anh vô tình mình đem anh hay có